And we're live from the Bird of Justice. It's named by Hug Queen. This is the fourth show of the Doing the Time Thing tour, named by Brooms. Ada Sabertooth Tubi's here. Snazzy Jazzy's here. Typo Queen Rosen. I'm Only Big Child. Staffy. Deckard 4045. Tunnelly Biersky. Arbrowski. So, wait, is everyone saw people here today? So of Maz. Soul Vibes. Soda. Red Bugs and Rice, Meaty Makes Me Lose Control, ETC Sim, Nerai Doobie, Pierre TV, Q Square, Bean Salsa. How's everyone doing? Let's see. Oh, look what started arriving. This is what I'm be framing out of. This is the smaller size that I'm using a bigger size for most of my framing. This is 1 inch, and I'm using 1/2 inch. But I'm gonna use this to make my sort of computer gear setup thing. I'm gonna have, rack mount devices and stands for the monitor. I'm not sure exactly how to do it yet, but I'm using Remember Me. I was here the day you became a fan. Key Score says this afternoon was the first meeting of our school's live streaming club under my auspices. The former faculty advisor moved to a different school district. I made sure to show the kids your stream. Oh, wow. If they're watching, how you doing? That's awesome. You're all going to start streaming. Hey, Soda. Soda says, see, look what kit was used on a song. It's not on YouTube. That's weird. It's not on YouTube. That's a bug then. What's the name of the song? Oh, you know what else I got that's much more exciting? Y'all know what this is going to be for. Doug says see-through. Yeah, I couldn't find any solid ones that were the right size. So, but it's fine because it's not going to be hidden away, and I'm gonna have bags I use. Now it's only used for number 2. It's bad apparently to mix number 1 and number 2 when you're that's when things smell. So yeah, you keep them totally separate. Roses get painted a solid color. Well, it's the idea is it's not gonna ever be visible, except when people unlock a new name for it. But the bucket itself is gonna stay perfectly clean. It'll be perfectly clean. Its main purpose is to provide support for a toilet seat and for my heavy body. That's the primary purpose. Basically, add googly eyes. Oh. Okay, what did Soda ask for? Where is it? Did you give me the Wild Zeus Chase? We have a song called Wild Zeus Chase. I don't remember the name. Okay, Wild. I don't know how I could forget that though. It was from When was it from? 2020, it was only 2 years ago. I've already forgotten. It was named by Hamster Mancer. The drum kit. Yeah, I think there must be a bug in the database because I don't see a drum kit. That's weird. It could be a bug. If someone's really bored and wants to go to that show, go to that song on YouTube and see does it show it in the on-screen credits? It might show it in the on-screen credits, or maybe for some reason there wasn't a drum loop, a drum kit. Maybe I don't know. It's on Bandcamp? Well, there's a bug, though. There's something... Okay, so random things are disappearing in the database. That's... Well... No, but it's showing up there, though. Was it Slow Jam Kit? What was the name of the kit? Was it Slow Jam Kit? Okay, it is in the database. It's just not on this screen for some reason. I did find it. I don't know why it's not on this one particular screen. Weird. Really weird. Yeah, it's Slow Jam Kit. Oh, it's not marked as filled. Why is that? Why did it get... Huh. Anyway, okay. Hey, Father Five's here. Let's see, was it okay? So I'm 95% done with insulation. 95% done, we'll say. The vinyl floor is cut and on, and I've bolted down the floor, or sort of bolted down. It was really funny. I put down the floor, and my whole goal was to not have to drill through the metal, right? So what I did instead is I glued wood to the floor, and then I made this map of where the wood was, and then I drilled just into these little squares, because the rest I could only do little squares because the rest of the space was filled with insulation, right? I lay the wood down, screw it in, and it creaks, but only in the place where I will be walking. It didn't creak anywhere else. Because remember, 2/3 of the van is going to be filled with stuff, and then 1/3 is just going to be empty space, right, where I'll be walking around. And that was the only place where it creaked. So I think it's okay because what I ended up doing, it was that's where the lap joint was, where one overlaps the other to sort of keep them in place, which in retrospect was a mistake. If I were to do this again, I would do something different. It didn't really work the way I'd hoped. But so what I ended up doing is, because I didn't have any more wood to screw into, so what I did is I did screws through the lap joint, just tons of them, which definitely compromises the integrity of the lap joint. I mean, because it's very thin to begin with, and have all these screws. But now now it only creaks a little bit every once in a while. Music, we have a command for the bucket in chat. I haven't wanted anything this bad since '97. But and it's just random responses from the bucket. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know about that. I feel like that's a slippery slope. That could really lower the quality of discourse here. I'll think about it. Let's see. So yeah, and I laid down the this vinyl, and I don't know if I even need to glue it. I mean, I think what I'm gonna do is there's different ways to glue it. You can glue it permanently, where you put down the glue and you only wait 10 minutes before you actually stick it to the vinyl floor, or you wait, I think, 30 to 45 minutes when it's almost completely dry, and then you put the vinyl down. I think I'm going to do that because it already is pretty solid as it is, and there's nothing on it, no weight, and there's going to be about 1,000 pounds on half of it pretty soon. So I don't think I need to glue it down. It seems worth having the flexibility to change the floor. I mean, I probably never, ever, ever will, but let's see. Is this a draft? No. Okay. Okay, we got it. So is this the cutout of the floor? Give it some stability too. The cutout. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. Stability. Not sure what you mean. I mean, the whole thing feels pretty stable. I'm gonna put, just so that it doesn't, in an accident, lift off the ground, and it's I mean, there's serious gluing the wood slats to the van, and then the plywood is drilled into those wood, but it is glue. It's not an actual. So I'm gonna put some sideways bolts because there's holes in the van with threads that I can just put some bolts in. Just that, then there's no chance that's gonna go anywhere. So it's just the way it fits into the shape of the van. Yeah. Well, there's space. I mean, I didn't cut it sort of. I gave about a ½ inch around the whole perimeter, just to. I probably could have cut it closer than I did, but I knew I'm gonna put silicone around the whole perimeter, so it's watertight theoretically. But the shape of the van definitely helps secure the 2 sheets of the plywood, because the plywood, 2 of the sheets would have to sort of push through. Well, I guess sort of one of them would have to push through solid steel. So the middle one is not going to go anywhere. But yeah, and the back one's the middle and the back are going to have 500 pounds worth of stuff on them. So they're I'm not worried about the floor moving as much as the things on the floor that might move. Big Charles says, how do you make sure your number one, number two waste buckets do not empty in the van when you're doing driving maneuvers? Well, so with number one, what everybody does, and what I've done before in situations where I didn't have close access to a bathroom, if I can't just go outside, right? I mean, is you just have a bottle or a thermos or something that you hopefully label, unless it's a thief that comes and thinks, oh, look at this. No, I care about thieves too. I don't want that to happen to a thief. So yeah, number one is in something that is, going to be closed, and number two, each event will be in its own plastic bag, like what you do with dogs, So there's no risk. If it was a terrible accident, I suppose, maybe something would be, released into the atmosphere. I don't know, but yeah, I'm not real worried about it. Milestones. Doug's 8,050th request. I'm a little more behind. Each couple of days I get another couple of days behind. But I don't know. Some things might happen, might move faster. What I'm going to do for the walls, I think I mentioned this, is, I had the van. I'm really glad. I'm lucky I got this. It makes things so much easier. The van had what's called a protection package, right? It had a mat on the floor that was already cut out, so I was able to use that as a template to cut out, the shape of my floor. It also has wall panels that are very light. It's not wood. It's some sort of plastic something, but they're sturdy enough. They're not going to break. It was a moving van, I think, before I had it. So, and it survived 2 years of people loading things in and out. So it's pretty sturdy. But it's ugly, it's just this. It has wear and tear, and it's black, and I don't want the van to be. I want it to be pretty light inside. So I'm just gonna get wallpaper, and wallpaper over the panels. And I only need to do the front part of the van, because the back part, which has huge panels, is going to be totally covered up with cupboards and different things. So. Yeah. So that's good. I still don't know what I'm going to do about the ceiling. I might just put some cloth. I don't want to cover up. Most people, what they do is they run furring strips along the ribs, so they're ribs that go across the van, and they run furring, perpendicular, and then they nail very thin wood to that. But I don't want to cover up the ribs, because the ribs are perfect to hang lights from, or just to attach things to. I don't want to, and I don't. I'm not one of those van lifers that's trying to pretend I'm not in a van, that I'm in a house, that I'm in a log cabin or something. It's like, I'm in a van. It's a van. I'm not trying to pretend that it isn't. So I don't mind, aspects of the van being visible, especially if they help with function. Did I see, oh, Chills is, hey, Chills. Bosky says, get a reproduction of the Sistine Chapel on the ceiling. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, the Sistine, is that the one? Which is the one with the hand of God touching Adam or something? Is that Sistine Chapel? That is, yeah. Now I was thinking about um, well, I don't. It'd be okay. How about this? Suddenly Penguin touching Tubi's, bringing Tubi to life. That will be on the ceiling. No, no, definitely will, definitely not. Okay. I do not want to be looking up and seeing Tubi, let alone my doppelganger, Suddenly Penguin. Mises, can you paint bucket green like green screen green? The way you could sit on anything. Can you imagine doing? Yeah, I might have to do that. What? um, let's see. Okay. Oh, congrats on the new job, Soda. Okay. I'm trying to get a few shots here and there of the van build just so I have something for y'all. But it's hard. The camera shuts off after about a minute. It is so hot outside. iPhones, they just shut themselves off. I took the temperature gauge into the van today, 106 degrees with the insulation. 106. I'm simultaneously, I can feel the heat and my arms are cold at the same time. When it's insane. I don't mind. I mean, I'm okay in it, but I have a feeling that the computer and stuff is not gonna like running in 100-degree weather. That's a thing I forgot about. That's a potential problem with some of my plans since this show does require some processing power, unfortunately. Okay, lubrification. Chilsey, oh, you were walking, did a mile in no time flat. That's awesome. And then 30 Scott notes. Guy says you have windows in the van. Could you put the computers in front if you put screens. Well, it's definitely hottest near the windows. But I assume you mean open windows. I don't have any windows that can open except, at the driver's seat and passenger seat. But I mean, I'm probably just gonna have to get, little portable fans and stuff. You know. I've got all these little nicks and cuts and scrapes. Nothing serious, but almost every day I've gotten at least one little nick. So it's like having to put insulation into the cavities of the van. And I tried doing it with gloves because I'd heard people cut themselves and I didn't want to cut myself, but it's just such a hassle with gloves. It's very difficult to maneuver. So, and I made it, I only got 2 tiny cuts from the van itself. And then I scraped my fingers a couple times moving stuff and scrape them against stuff. But I'm real lucky so far, nothing major. Even in my impatience. Okay, let's see. Sounds. Father Five says nothing serious since the Great Fall. It's crazy, Father Five. You can still see it. Okay, chat. This is gonna get me banned on Twitch, showing too much leg. But look at this. Oh, I can't. I'm not flexible enough. I can't. I don't have the flexibility. Okay. Ah. Can you see that? There's still a mark on my shin. Over a year later. I think I'm just going to forever have this sort of... Big Charles has used thin gloves when slicing fish. Yeah, I didn't have any thin gloves. I only had work gloves. I've been using little plastic gloves for when I'm doing glue adhesives and stuff like that. So I've at least been doing that, but I'm done with the insulation, so I shouldn't cut myself. Well, I'm done with the places where I would get cut. Being sarcastic, and then we have forgot about DRH. Father Five says it's called method acting. You were committed to acting like a character falling. And then we have Don't Worry, Honey. And then an ode to dugDbug. And some call him Rich. Ghostly Voices. Y'all be good sound starts the improv. I was researching some other thing for the van, but I was on the Ford Transit forums, and I saw a thread about security, and I scanned some of it. And I just was I thought about it before, but I was really thinking about it. Man, I'm just putting a target on my back if I'm doing these outdoor things. They're going to see, oh, he's got cameras, he's got a keyboard, he's got musical instruments, he's got a laptop. So I think it really is not if I get robbed, it's when. When will I get robbed? I think there's if I go into this thinking I'm not going to get robbed, I'm going to be wrong. I will get robbed. So just mentally preparing myself. But people do all these crazy theft prevention things, which, I mean, you know, it's like if a robber has time, they're going to get what they want to get. So there's not that much you can do. Just have insurance. Thought I turned this on. He says, make sure you tape robbery. I would like to get security cameras at some point, but that's, you know, it's a lot of money to get a 360 degrees of coverage. I have to say, this light has fallen so many times. And it just doesn't break, but maybe this time it did. Maybe because I commented on the fact that it's fallen so much, maybe this time it will be broken. Why is it not? Why is it not staying like normal? Huh, that's weird. What's wrong? Oh, is it that? There we go. Gonna beat the hour? No problem. Look at this. If I'm going into moving the keyboard into its performance place, and we still have 5 minutes to go, something we'd have to have a major tech problem to slow me down. Let's end this poll. Has that ever happened before? 8-way tie? Tartarus has broken the 8-way tie, chosen option number 6. We got a raid from Uncle Fringe. Is that it? Thank you so much. Thanks. How was your stream? We're just about to start an improvisation. So I'm just going to make up music using a bunch of sounds that chat has requested. And chat's going to name the song. But yeah, welcome to Casino MP3, Websar Legendary 00002. Oh no, that was a bot. Oh, and Blue Tumbleweed and Mudslide's here. Chuggy's here. What were you doing today, Uncle Fringe? You doing a gaming stream, music? I'm gonna check if I'm following. Did I not write their name right? Uncle FRNGE. We made a mega collab where viewers send in samples to flip. Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, I'm giving you a follow. When's your next stream? Okay. So yeah, Raiders, if you want to be a part of the next song, you can. We got thousands of different sounds you can pick and request. I can turn your name into a drum beat on the next track if you run the drums command. You can request the BPM. There's lots of different things you can request. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Yeah, we can't slow down. No, we can't slow down. 'Cause we're alive. We're alive. Yeah, I'm living at the speed of the Big Bang, Big Bang. Living at the speed. Yeah, I'm living at the speed of the Big Bang, Big Bang. Living at the speed. of the Big Bang, Big Bang. I'm living at the speed. Yeah, I'm living at the speed of the Big Bang, Big Bang. Living at the speed. Yeah, I'm living at the speed of the Big Bang, Big Bang. Living at the speed. There we go. Thanks for those calps. Whew. Stabby says soda. Dose a soda? Is that soda? Dose soda had to leave. Can you delay your commission? Yeah. Okay. I brought in two extra sounds into the mix. I cheated a little. I mean, it's not cheating, but I'm probably do that more and more. Says Jazz was a good song, so you don't mind. I had the sounds. There was basically 5 pads, essentially 5 pads, and then this other sound that didn't have a lot of attack, so it was almost like a pad, and then the drums, you know, are very that kit is very there's not a lot of it's all this sort of toms and stuff, you know. Has sort of a dull sound, which is cool, but I decided I wanted to bring in a sort of a sharper attack snare and kick drum and hat and stuff. Let's see, titles. Q Square Stretchy Universe. Oh, Beth Anywhere, how are you? How's it going? Good to see you. Fractured Fractals. How's everything going? How's your music and life? Dancing? Muses, it isn't adding cheating stuff to real match. What? I missed your message. Where'd it go? You felt more sounds were needed, yeah. No, I know. I mean, obviously, I've always added other things, you know, with the instruments. I'm being facetious. But I've been thinking about it, you know, and I think I'm going to start adding more sounds to tracks and beats. You know, I did a good 6 years where I've almost never added anything other than those instruments, you know. And I think I'm just ready to have a little more sculpting ability sometimes. You know. Roses, maybe you need to modify the amount of pads. Yeah, I just don't have time to code Tubi I mean, Tubi has limits on what it can do, but there's ways around those limits. I don't mean that people are trying to get around it, but it's just Tubi's limits are by the category, not by subcategory, right? Meaning, I don't have a way to tell Tubi that it can't have. So Tubi can only do 2 pads, and it can only do 2, or I think it can do 1. I don't remember. Anyway, I need to be able to say you can only do 2 from multiple categories combined, right? Okay, let's see, 2 more titles. Chilsey Rain Falls. Oh, I see, 1 more. Soul vibes, noises in my head. Okay. You know, one thing we've been a little spoiled on probably, or I mean, it is latency probably is pretty low now, or has been pretty low for, you know. But when I'm in the van, latency's gonna be probably a lot longer. I have a feeling. Oh, I use some titles as lyrics or lyric inspiration. A Big Child #2 is alive. Obviously, I just took part of that. Typhoon Queen Rosen with Slowing Down for You. I didn't even see the connection to what we've been talking about before until just now. Also, Soho, Living at the Speed of Bang, but I guess I changed it to Living at the Speed of the Big Bang. Oh, and thank you, Bethany. We're 20 months up. 20 months. Thank you. Time piano, saxophone, and voice. Jazz is late, should be minimal if you're only somewhere. Yeah, I mean the stream itself. Yeah, because the internet, I'm not going to have, you know, quite the internet that I have now. Well, I mean, we've had lots of problems with this particular internet, but it's going to be even more challenging once I'm in the middle of nowhere. We just go use long latency to our advantage. Maybe play games where chat guesses what instrument comes next. Yeah, I'm not sure if OBS does this. If OBS has a way to sort of buffer, you know. I think probably the first month of streams are going to be lots of cutouts, lots of dropped stream. I think it's gonna take a little while to figure out the gear that I'm using, and if the gear doesn't work, then I'm gonna have to get the gear that I used last summer, which we know works since it worked last summer, but it's not ideal for my situation, so I'm trying to get around having to use it. I'm hoping this other solution will work instead. Because the problem with this other gear is that, with the gear I used last summer, is it's just for streaming. So it combines internet connections just for streaming, just for video, right? It doesn't combine them for the computer. So I want to instead get something, well, and the device, supposedly people haven't been able to combine using this device. So instead what I'm going to do is something called hot failover. Yes, it's called hot failover. I mentioned this before on stream. Hot failover, and the way it's going to work is, whenever possible, I think we use Starlink as the main feed, and then since Starlink is pretty bad, whenever Starlink fails, we'll switch to cellular. That's the hope. Media says, with lower quality mean less latency? Yeah, I'm gonna stream in 720p probably. We're on 1080 now. I'm gonna be doing 720. Staffy. The idea is, Staffy, that the bucket is gonna go inside of the chair. So it's gonna be hidden away inside of the chair, and then I'll lift the chair up. There's a toilet inside of the chair. That's my plan. He says, don't say Starlink is bad. We need that Elon money. Yeah, Elon doesn't do sponsorships. As far as there's no Starlink sponsorships. Starlink gets so much free promotion. I mean, every single van life channel did a Starlink video. Everyone. I mean, I couldn't believe it. They all did it. I mean, they're excited, right? But it's like. But yeah, it's just the upload is not very good on Starlink in general, and Starlink performance has been really deteriorating over the last couple months, apparently. Pierre says OBS can serve with delay. Yeah, I saw that, but I wasn't sure if that delay was for to censor something or if it was actually buffers. Because I always figured I might need to have a delay if I'm filming outside, just in case, I don't know, some person decides to streak. Although I probably won't notice, you know. I have a feeling that I'm gonna get my first ban on Twitch, and it's gonna be from streaming outside and something happening that's out of my control that's on camera. I think that's gonna be what gets me. Oh, Pete's here. Oh, do I not have a scroll wheel for that? That's annoying. There should be a scroll. Let's add a scroll wheel. Allow vertical scrolling. Show scroll bar when scrolling. Save. Oh, and Beth's band is releasing a new song in a few weeks for the first time in like 3 years. That's awesome. Congrats. Oh, hey, Dramality, how you doing? Let me shout out a few more titles. Snazzy Jazzy with This Side of Heaven. Tony Brisky Botsky, I put the AS in Asylum. I think that's not how I was supposed to pronounce it though, was it? Pierre Badger Mushroom. Blue Tumbleweed in a Mudslide DIY Exorcism. Solo of Maz Oceanic Bubble Bath. I'm Only Big Child. Taming Birds of Prey. Soda Wire Hands. Staffy Moss Tile Takeover. Do I know where I want to go yet, Muty? I haven't thought about it much. All I know is I'll probably go back to San Isidro, since that's sort of symbolic, and I've been there enough times. I don't want to have too many variables the very first trip, you know. So that's all I know at this point. But I'm gonna probably not venture. I'll probably stay in northern New Mexico for at least 2 months, because it's gonna take me a while to actually get everything done in the van that I'm planning on doing. And then after that, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I have family who just moved to Utah, and I'll probably go visit them. But I might mostly be in New Mexico for the first year, just because you know, for financial reasons. But there's so much to do in New Mexico, so that's not that I don't want that to sound like a negative. I mean, it's just I think it'll be awesome, but let's see. I thought I saw. Oh, I did. Okay. I would. I mean, if it gets really cold and I'm whining about it, then maybe in January I'll go to San Diego or something. If it's really cold. Yeah, I was I was telling Chad at the beginning of the stream that so I the insulation pretty much all my insulation is in the van, right? And I was in there this afternoon. It's 106 degrees inside with the insulation. So, but I think a part of that is because I don't have anything covering the windows yet. Um, so a ton of heat comes in through the windshield, you know. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how I'm gonna do with the cold. Let's end this boat. Blue says store up to 106. Come visit Canada and share it in the winter. We got a tie break. Come on, Tubi. I'm just standing here like an idiot. It's cute. Q Square's named it Stretchy Universe. Stretchy Universe. Thank you, Q Square. Meaty says, so looking forward to it. It's going to be such a burden off your shoulders. For sure. See, I can't even sit up straight. That's the burden is weighing me down so much. Meaty says, I love the live streams of hike we did. You were like a kid doing show and tell. So hyped. You might be the best tour guide I ever saw. No other tour guides that know talk to cans. Right. Feed says, move the van in a cold location. It will stay cool there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's at least to start, I'll be able to, if it's really hot, I can move into shade, right? But eventually, once I have solar, that sort of then makes my solar worthless. So, but I'm not that worried about heat. The only time I notice the heat is when I'm on stream, because I don't know, I'm more, uh, I think my brain and body are working in much more than normal or something. I don't know why. So, but just on a general day level, if I had been working in the van and I was sitting and I had a little fan and I could take my shirt off, it would be totally fine. 100, I'd be fine in 106. Totally fine in dry New Mexico dry heat. Okay, if it was 106 with humidity, that's awful. But 106 degrees when it's dry heat is fine for me. If I have a little fan blowing on me. Okay. First request ever. Casino MP3's drum fill and drum loop. First ever. And we're going to turn Uncle Fringe into a chord progression and got a drum fill for Uncle Fringe. It's also Red Bugs and Rice 300th drum kit. Big Child's 550th request. Staffy's 650th sound. And so is 2150th drum fill. So fast says humidity is gross, can't stand it. Yeah. It was cool. It was I felt like I've made progress today. Kind of when I rolled out the floor. I don't think I should put it on Discord so y'all can see. It's it's like I still need to glue it and put how do I do this? And put silicone around it, but it's almost done. Let's see, did I get it? Downloads? There it is. There's nothing in this picture I can't show, right? Okay, if you want to see it on our, it's going to be in the van stuff. As in, I just, so 5% done. Floor just needs to be glued down. B says, New York State was horrible just before we left, so humid. Yeah, East Coast. East Coast. This was not my top choice for floor, but it was the cheapest floor. So I went with the cheapest, because ultimately I really don't care about a floor. But I would have preferred just a solid color. I don't like the fake wood. It's like I was saying, it's a van. It's not, I'm not in a house. But I couldn't find solid solid wood. I mean a solid color for vinyl sheets. I'm sure it's out there. Or I couldn't find, maybe I found one but it was really expensive. I just couldn't justify it. Okay. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Beauty. It's this super thin. You know, it came in this roll, and I traced it out on my floor, cut it out. But all the black that you see in all those whole cavities, that's all insulation that I cut and glued or stuffed in. It's going to all be covered by wall panels, except for the ceiling. Ceiling is a tricky thing to do. I may just put cloth over it. Yeah, I have no plans of doing streams with no shirt on. Don't worry. No plans. Hey, ASCII God. But yeah, my phone shutting off in the heat makes me worried about trying to stream in the heat. Could be a challenge. But it seems like it's mainly an issue when it's in direct sunlight, and if it's in the shade, it's okay. Okay, we're going to turn Uncle Fringe into a chord progression. Okay, what do we have? Oh, this is going to be adventurous. A, E, B flat minor, A flat minor. Wow, that's this is pretty dissonant. But if we add the sevenths, it won't be. Drum kit. Paris House remix. That's groovy. Moody Tuesday. Floors. Can you find a picture of a floor that best captures your current state of mind? Floors. Meaty says, here's the dilemma for you. You won't go shirtless, but would penguin for the sake of the art? Yeah. Possibly. A character might. Yeah, I won't, but a character might. Absolutely, that's a possibility. Casino MP3. Is there a string on the roof, Rosen? Yeah, I put that up to help myself when I was gluing the insulation, so I didn't have to support it myself. You know, I could just, first I put it on top of the strings, and then I slowly glued it. That's the only way you could do it with one person without going crazy. But yeah, I don't need them anymore. I just haven't taken the string down. Rosen, I'd never ever thought about that before, Rosen, until Muty asked me the question. So, and I just answered that theoretically I could see it happening. So, yeah. I have no immediate plans to do that. Okay. Sounds, we've got I and I. Okay, then we have, oh, you're here? Soda bubbles. Angry caterpillar juice. Good funky noise for James on this organ. And fifth square one. Wait, what is that, fifth square one? Why didn't... Oh no, wait, they skipped one. Okay, we had angry, good funky noise for James. That's the one that didn't load. Okay, YHC. Okay, this is fifth square. And this is good funky noise for James. Whoops. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. I deeply hope that I will not have to do another van build for at least 10 years, if ever. But I will say that if I do, the second time around will be so much easier. So much easier. Like the amount of time and research that has gone into it is definitely more. Like the amount of time I've researched floor and doing insulation is more time than it took me to build the floor and do the insulation. You know? Jumality says, how about an RV? You mean, would I live in an RV? RV, maybe later in life if my needs were different, but right now I need to have total custom control over what I'm doing because I'm trying to do it for the show. So an RV would have a lot of very inefficient things for my purposes. For someone else, could be a great option, but for me, yeah. Because if I were to get an RV, I would take everything out of it, basically, and start over. Yeah. Jamal says, get a school bus, take out the seats. Yeah, I don't know if maybe, I could see maybe doing something like that. Man, I got this glue that's stuck to the hair on my hand. And it's pulling. I can't, it's very painful. Ouch. Okay. I think if I were older and sort of feeling a little less adventurous, meaning I'm going to spend more time just in the vehicle and not trying to go to sort of challenging places to get to or whatever, then I could see retiring to a bus. But at least to start, I'm real happy with the size of the van I got. I did not get the longest van. I got sort of the second longest. And you can still fit it in a normal parking space. The extended ones, they stick out too far, and I think I don't know, we'll see. I'm sure I forgot something that I'm not going to be able to fit, and I'll be frustrated. But Roses, would you change anything if I ever did another one? I don't know now, because right now I think what I'm doing is the right thing. But I'm sure, ask me in 4 months and I'll say, oh, I did the dumbest thing. This was a stupid decision. Oh, this was crazy. Why did I do that? I would do it so much differently. But right now I'm doing exactly what I think I need to do. So I'm in the ignorance is bliss phase. Although I've agonized about every decision, so it hasn't exactly been blissful. Let's end this poll. And it's I and I. I and I. Because if we make a second van, can we make the floor all 2B pattern with a real googly eyes? I feel like I need a second van that's Chat's van, and we can do all your ideas in that van, and I'll pull it, I'll pull it behind my van. Yes. Chad's van would be the most impractical vehicle ever. NeuroDB says idea van. You know, I was debating. I was considering getting wallpaper you can write on. You know, just thinking about ideas. But it's a little more expensive and it might be too glossy. But I was thinking it could be. Oh, you know what I saw that I was real tempted? They do wraps, full wraps that I saw you can get that just is rust. Like, so you can wrap the entire van and it looks like it's a really totally rusted out vehicle. I'm so tempted to get that. A full body wrap of rust. I just don't know if it looks that real, you know, like I mean, obviously if you get right up close to it, but the question is how far away does it look real, you know? Like, if it looks real from 10 feet away, that's a pretty serious theft deterrent right there, you know? I'm really tempted. I think if my whole van ever gets stolen, then on the next van I'm gonna do that. I mean, I'm tempted now. I just don't know that it's probably. I'm sure it's like $500 or $600 to do a wrap, right? Full. I don't know how much does that cost. Does anyone know how much it costs to wrap a vehicle? Botsky says just fill your van with water, let it sit for 10 years. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thank you. Thanks for those scalps. Took me a second to figure things out. Is it Soda? You're back? You ready for a commission? Oh, hey, Pythagoras. Pythagoras with a 50-month sub says, it's my 50th monthly subiversary. Thank you so much. 50. Commission process, okay. Is this a draft? No. It's the real deal. Approve commission request, yes. We have 14, man. I got a lot to do in 14 days, don't I? I made the, I put Start.Length on hold for 14 days. Well, I think I can take it off hold on the 3rd. I don't know that they prorate, so if I were to do it before, they charge me for a full month, even if it's 2 days. That seems crazy, but I think I read that that's how they do it. Why are you frozen? Okay. Okay. Wait, oh, you didn't give me the title. Why does this happen sometimes? You know, I know what I want to do. I want to find this once and for all. Whoops. Okay, it says chat request titles HTML is where it is. Okay. Chat request titles HTML. Okay. Oh, would it be too late by then anyway? Yeah. Okay, polls. Set his current poll. Songs, J. It's song 7280. Chat requests. Find title. Sort ascending. Okay. Chelsea hooked on Rust. Redbugs and Rice, the circle of Rust. Staffy art in the wild. Rosen Trust Falls. Tomorrow, I think my big projects tomorrow are gonna be carpentry related projects. I couldn't find any videos of how anyone solved this problem, but the sliding van door, I don't have a window, right? It's just so I'm going to put insulation on the lower part was easy. I put insulation inside of the door cavity, and there's a cover that you put on top of it. But then the upper part, where there normally would be a window, what they have is they have these clips that you then attach the door panel to. But there's not enough space to put insulation in between. The insulation would be so compressed it wouldn't be as useful. So I think I come up with an idea where I'm going to basically extend those clips with wood. I'm going to sort of glue wood to the clips and then drill holes in the wood for these special push pins. But that's going to be a bit of a project. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to learn how to do pocket holes. I'm going to build an electrical box, my electrical station, and I bought some, man, wood is so expensive right now. I had to get it's gonna take about, I'm gonna use almost entirely a 4x8 sheet of plywood, and it's having to support some pretty heavy components, and I really don't want it to collapse, so I got I got birch. $100 for a piece. I mean, that's even less money than the floor I got. But can't believe it. He's like, keep forgetting about your sliding door. Can you even get in and out with a sliding door once you have the aluminum Thunderdome in place? Oh yeah. What the van is gonna, when you slide open the sliding door, if you're to the left of the door, it's gonna look like the van is empty. When I finally do a van tour video, which probably won't be for six to 8 months, when it's really sort of done, I think I'm gonna start the video that way, where it starts out and it looks like the van is totally empty, and then it reveals. Oh, and WatcherWorks is here. I want a donation from Soda. Thank you so much, Soda. Thank you. Thank you. Doug says, yeah, I keep thinking that it'll be empty. I know, that's a really important part of my concept, that I have space. Oh, and welcome to the Modern Aged. Let me shout out some other titles. Pythagoras with First National Bank and Rust. ASCII God, ETC Seltzer. Nurai Doobie on the Front of the Past. Muti Swamp Rust. Red Bugs and Rice. Rust CTV. Rosen Thrilled and Chilled. Pierre Thomas the trumpet. Soda instead of plants. Big child, non-herbal communication. So is there any further plans about a fake out decal on the exterior? Yeah, they make magnets. So I'm gonna get a bunch of, I mean, I might pause when I see how expensive it is, but I was thinking I would get a bunch of different ones for different contexts that would discourage people from trying to steal stuff. But that's the problem, is you never know how well if something works, you don't really know that it is why it worked, right? Meaning if I put the decals in the van and I don't get robbed for a year, it doesn't necessarily mean the decals worked, right? It could be just that no one tried to rob the van. It's, it's like trying to prove a negative kind of thing. It's, how do you'd have to have lots of vehicles, you'd have to have a test, you'd have to have lots of vehicles, a control, some with, some without, parking in the same places, next to each other. But yeah, variety's good. I was thinking we'll have one for city, one for the country, and I mean, I am genuinely, there is legitimate concern. I mean, the fact that I'm gonna be doing shows outside, it means, the hope is, it means I'm gonna be very visible to the world that I have a bunch of gear. But I was thinking, I might do something where when I'm doing shows, I have nothing on the van. No, nothing at all. And then when the show ends, I put stuff on the van. And there's tons of these white vans driving around, just hoping that, I don't know, maybe if there are people around, I won't stay in the same place if I do a show. I don't know, we'll see. Pieces correlation does not imply causation. Right, exactly. Status is a lack of proof is not a proof of lack. Yeah. Big Charles says you have an army of vans. Yeah, that's one way to not get robbed. To have a whole gang. It's like I need to join a biker gang, but I'll have a van. I'll have a biker gang protect me. Let's end this Poe. Means we have a swinging paint can defense. As soon as someone opens the door, there'll be Macaulay Culkin. The problem with booby traps is, I remember hearing about this at least twice in my life. It's like, this guy dies and they realize that he died because he booby trapped his house and he accidentally set off the booby trap and he booms. I mean, I'm laughing. It's not funny, I guess. I mean, it sort of is. I hate to say it, but anyway, with my luck, I would be the one getting the paint can to the face, not a burglar. I'd get the paint can to the face, it would knock me out, and the door would be wide open now, and the burglar would step over my incapacitated body, right into the van, over the paint, and steal everything. Okay, let's end this. No, I guess not. Circle of Rust. Doug has named it Circle of Rust. I mean, there's nothing, I don't know that I have anything in the van that I would be sad if it got stolen. I mean, I guess I'd be a little sad if the saxophone got stolen, just because it's so old, and it's fun to think about all the random people who've owned it that I don't know. But I'd be fine, I mean, the biggest hassle is if the laptop gets stolen. I mean, the disaster situation is the laptop gets stolen and the backup that I have doesn't work or is too old, you know, and so a lot of stuff is lost. That's the thing I would be most. So that's the thing I want to protect the most is the laptop. Everything else that I can think of, yeah, I don't know that I can think of anything that would just be disastrous. I mean, the trumpet is a student model trumpet. It's worth nothing. The flute is sort of a semi. It's sort of a. I guess I'd call it a semi-pro level, but yeah. I mean, he says, "What if they left everything, just stole the aluminum frame?" That'd be worse. I'd rather them steal. I'd rather them steal the instruments than steal the framing or the electrical system, because the electrical system's a lot of work to put it back together. I mean, I am a little apprehensive about putting that electrical system in. You know, it's a little scary to put it's $7,000 worth of equipment. The electrical system. It's granted it's very heavy, so your average smash and grab thief is not going to try to steal, three 40-pound batteries that are bolted down, but it's not a good feeling putting Doug's his odds that they're just going to steal the whole van, right? Right. They'll just load it onto a truck. Yeah. That's why I'm never going to ever leave the van. I'm going to literally chain myself to the van all the time. Let's see. So, what we were talking about before. So this is where the sliding door is. So and this is the front of the van. This is where the front two seats are right there. So my plan is to have nothing in there, normally. Just a big empty space that I can have a chair in, and I can sort of move. I can easily walk into the van and access all the drawers when I'm filming, so I can just pull off. I see some crazy thing on the side of the road I want to film. I can just pull over, and I've got tripod ready to go in this. I just pull this out, pull my tripod. Everything's really easy. And then this is jam packed. All the stuff is just jammed into here. Red Rug Ice has just put a low jack on it, so you can get it. Yeah. NerdDB says the back door of the van have windows. Yeah, unfortunately. Well, I wasn't. So when I ordered a van and I gave up on ever getting it, and it's good that I gave up because I think they've been canceled everybody's orders. They just said we're not going to. Sorry. And I was not going to get windows, but the used van that I found has windows, so it's definitely more of a security risk because of that. But I will say that now that I have them, it's nice to have some windows when I'm driving. Granted, they're gonna be mostly obscured once I build my frame, but there'll be a little bit, and it'll be nice. My bed is gonna be right next to those windows, so it'll be nice to have wake up in the morning and pull open the shades and So this is if you wake up inside the van in a truck, can we do a show there? For sure, I'll stream. Oh, Red Bugs Rice, they stole your catalytic converter? That's rough. I was reading about how that's happening more and more. In broad daylight. Yeah, it's really, with the transits, I guess it's pretty difficult. It's a lot more difficult than with some cars, so that's a lower risk. I was reading that thieves now, they will go by vehicles and they'll walk by vehicles and they'll see what vehicles have Bluetooth inside, right? Because they can see, oh, is there a laptop in there? Is there other stuff? So there are people on this Ford Transit Forum who were talking about, I forget, what was it called, Faraday cage? Is that what it's called? You know, putting all their devices, and which seems, I mean, I'm sure there are some thieves that are doing that, but I think the biggest risk is going to be people who are doing smash and grabs, and they're not going to be checking Bluetooth. They're just looking for a vehicle and they're going to smash the window. It doesn't, it's just, that's how it is. I've had that happen twice in my life already, smash and grabs, So it's just, that's the biggest risk with the van for sure. Wow, Redbugs Rice is in a busy parking lot. I was able to see my car through a plate glass window. They still managed to get away with it. Oh, such a bummer. So does that phone's battery probably lasts all of 10 minutes. You know what's so sad? Are you talking about the one you gave me? It's so sad. I dropped it yesterday, and I finally I smashed the screen up top. I taped it. It's really badly smashed up here. I taped it, but it's gonna go. I mean, there's cracks go all the way down. But it's had a long life. I mean, I'm gonna probably try to use it another 6 months or so at least. But there are a lot of apps and stuff I can't use on the phone anymore because it's just upgrade. It's just not compatible. So eventually. Also, I want to be able to. It's really difficult to film myself when I can't see what I'm filming. And if I get a newer one, I can basically project from one to the other and control it. Actually, control the camera remotely. So that's probably the main reason I'll upgrade, because otherwise it's fine. Big Shows is considered protective casing. I did a lot of research on that, and I actually got some and then returned it, and because at least with if I recall, what I found was that it'll help for things like scratches and stuff potentially, but it doesn't really do much for smashing your screen. And I had some problem with the new phone, which I smashed too, if y'all recall. I still haven't fixed it. I have Apple Care, and I just don't care that much about it. As long as I'm not going to cut my finger, I don't really care that a screen is smashed. Like, my time is more valuable to me than having to go to the Apple Store and get it fixed, even though I don't have to pay anything. Or maybe, do you have to pay? I don't know. Drum kit. First beat. This is a commission. What is this? Cueing drums. Big shout out to the hard case which frames phone helps protecting. Yeah, I have a special case that I use to put lenses on it, and so that really limits me, and it's a soft case, but I do, it does give it a little bit of a little bit of protection. But yeah, it's designed to allow for this stuff. Well, technically, it's not a lens that I have on there, but you can put lenses. I have what's called a variable ND filter on it, which controls how much sunlight gets to the lens. Gamer, yeah. Sounds. Who murdered Jenkins? The brown note. Big legs, Greg. March of the pterodactyls. Tulip. And the distorted rhythm. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. This first UPS, how much did it weigh? What was it? No. How much was it? 100 and... It was 112 pounds. That was 8 feet tall package. It made me question the sanity of this desk I'm building. That I'm gonna be able to push it. That I'm gonna be able to move it. I mean, I knew it was a gamble. I think my sort of the first way I'm going to try to do it, I think probably will not work. But I got another way that I'm 50-50 think it'll work. But the desk is going to be The desk is going to be about 60 pounds. The desk frame. And then it's going to have the key. This keyboard weighs 35 pounds. I'm going to have to use all my strength to push this thing. Okay, here we go. Send this bolt. Who murdered Jenkins? Here we go. Okay, time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Thank you, Soda. Thank you for the commission. Oh boy. Okay, titles. Let's see. Red Bugs and Rice, Zeus Control. The Modern Aged, Kaleidoscope Canoe. AmpMods, Electric Chicken. Zopath, my name is Pegasus. No, Rosen, I think it was just keyboards. Let me shout out some other titles. Q Square Ionic. Tolly Birsky Abrowski. Give Zeus a fair chance. Staffy Thunderwear. I don't know why that made me think of like what? It's like it'd be like Seinfeld, but it's the Greek gods. You know, it's a whole episode where Zeus, I guess Zeus in this situation is like George Costanza. Zeus won't go to the opera with Apollo because Zeus has lost all his thunderwear. And Apollo says, no one's gonna know that you're not wearing your thunderwear. But Zeus says, I'll know. I really need to learn how to do impressions because that would be a little bit funnier than it was. Probably wasn't funny at all, but it would have been a little funny if I could have done those impressions. My thunderwear. Asking God, spreading your wings. Meaning makes me lose control. A briefcase of the Zeus. Rosen of ashes and clay. Pierre, a can of lemonade. Soda. Jupiter sent the dogs out. Big Child, the gods a lullaby. Red bugs and rice. Something in the airs. Zophaf, Euclidean navigation. He says Zeus trying to explain shrinkage. Blue says the gods are lost in the park and can't find the chariot. Oh, you thought it was funny, Staffy? Okay, good. Oh boy, okay, let's see. Has anyone used pocket hole screws before? Tomorrow or Thursday's my maiden voyage. My maiden voyage, I got a special jib or jig. Is it jib or a jig? Everything's falling. What you do is let's say you're joining two pieces of, a board this way and a board this way. Now you could just go at 90 degrees, or you could use this pocket hole thing where what it does is it drills diagonally into the wood, or allows you to. So you use a drill and it goes through these, and supposedly it's a much stronger connection. And I want my electrical box to be strong because on the vertical is going to be hanging a 35-pound inverter that I really don't want to fall over. It was the coolest Greek god, he says. Coolest. I mean, as a kid, I loved... Wait, no, that's not Greek, though. Well, I'll say my favorite god when I was a kid was Thor. That's Norse, right? It's Thor Norse. Greek. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. How about you? Do you have a favorite? You've used one? You've used the... Yeah, it's a Craig Botsky. You've used it before? Rose says, will you be driving the van tomorrow? Probably not. Maybe. If I need to pick... I've been to various hardware stores so many times. On was it 2 days ago? I went to 2 hardware stores twice in a day. So four different hardware stores in one day. I have so many things that I've got that I have to return because I changed what I was doing, or it's just everything feels like it's a mess in my life. There's just so much stuff that's just so many boxes of equipment. He says, I always loved Thunderworld figures, Hades, or the Titans were a mean bunch, yeah. Anyway, you can help with what, Rosen? But thank you for asking. I can't think of anything. I just gotta finish the build, so I have, and then I can start. Once I'm in the van, I can start dealing with all the stuff in here. Most of which I have a couple computers I have to sell that are getting worth less money every single day. Gotta sell them. AmpMods is named Electric Chicken. Electric Chicken, thank you. Thanks, AmpMods. Thanks again, Soda. Next tracks get a feature Uncle Fringe's first drum loop, Casino MP3's first sound, and Q Square's 200th. Yeah, thanks, Rose. And I can't think of anything, but I'll let you know. Thank you, though. He says you ought to do auctions. I don't. That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could put an auction on eBay and tell people, but I was looking for I was on eBay yesterday looking at broken laptops. I basically need to have a duplicate setup of my gear for someone to steal. I mean, I'm not even a broken version of my current laptop would still be a ton of money. So I'm hoping they don't realize that it's a MacBook from like 10 years ago. Stavis is broke one's the way out for thieves. Yeah, I think my ideas evolved. Originally, I was thinking I would just essentially leave it like a gift. I mean, not literally, but just leave it really just obviously out. But I don't know. I feel like maybe you want to give a thief a sense of accomplishment. So maybe I should make him look for the broken one. You know, hide the broken one, but not as well hid as the real one. So they find like, oh, he thought he could trick us. He hid it. But really, they just found the broken one. Have any DVD drives? No, I don't have any. Rosen, no. Blue says just leave the keys to the van, the dash, the cookie. So I get the van has something called PATS or something, which is it immobilizes the van if the keys are not there. Which it was sort of annoying because I only have one pair of keys, and I thought, oh, I'll just get a normal pair of keys just in case, but it won't work. Normal keys won't work. So the only option is to spend $500 getting another pair of keys, which I don't think I can do. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's worse. I mean, I have I have a little thing on the keys in case I lose them, which if there's cell phone signal, I think, or I don't know how it works. But yeah. But there are ways of people, thieves have ways around that, but they'd have to be pretty sophisticated to get around that immobilization. Unless they just have a flatbed truck, in which case they don't need to be sophisticated at all. Big shouts, it's just not expensive. If I have gas, they might just steal the wheels. Ocular Queen's Fractals. It's a wacky kit. Here's blue. Let's double it up, actually. So the first one will be raw, the second one will be so unprofessional, me. I'm old and worn out. Okay, let's see. There's our first beat. And then we have Uncle Fringe. Okay, got our beats. Sounds jumbly bumbly wango ears. Everything is beautiful. With warm hues. This reminds me of an orchestra tuning a little bit. Yeah, and then 1973 Pinto. Where is it? I don't know, calming. 1973 Pinto. Big houses, you could paint the toilet seat golden. If the toilet, it's too bad the toilet isn't bigger. I could put the laptop underneath the toilet, I should put other valuable things underneath the toilet. I don't know what other valuable stuff do I have. Not really anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything valuable except for computers and music here, and cameras. I mean, I guess that's generally the stuff that gets stolen, right? Dust honeys. Yeah, I saw somewhere. I don't know if it was how authoritative a source it was. I don't remember where I saw it, but that in fires, a lot of times what people succumb to is not the flames of the fire, but to the fumes from the things burning, the toxic fumes of insulation or see, I'm debating about this additional insulation. The easiest thing to do would be to just use foam insulation. But all this foam insulation, they have this flame retardant material that it seems sort of contradictory, right? I mean, I guess it reduces the likelihood of it becoming a blaze. However, that if it does blaze, then you have these toxic fumes. Big Shout says you have a smoke detector. Yeah, I put it on my wish list. A combined smoke and CO2. Yeah, and I put I think it's a wish list command. Yeah. It's been only hard drives on there for 3 years, I think, 2 years for the most part. I finally added some other things. I added a toilet seat. I added a fire extinguisher, a fire blanket, and I think, is that it for now? But just if anyone does choose to support in that way, well, first, thank you. Just let me know, because Amazon isn't super reliable when it comes to wish lists in my experience. They don't tell me when something's been purchased. They don't tell me who it is sometimes. Sometimes it'll tell you in the package, sometimes it doesn't. So it's helpful to know. Oh, it's unavailable? What? That's annoying. I just put it on a couple days ago. Well, it says it's... Oh, maybe it's where you are. It says it's in stock. It's showing up. It's showing up on mine. I'm not sure why. Oh, thanks, FF. No, I always need hard drives. I always do, yeah. No, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, honor for Zapath. Thank you. Thank you. I just bought some special hard drives for. I bought some of those really rugged portable drives so that I can just have because right now I've been using just bare drive to back up the computer, but I don't really want to be carrying around in the van bare drives, so I use bare drives for long-term storage, you know. So I had to get a portable drive. But yeah, I always need more bare drives. I mean, I basically go through about, I think four to six each year. Yeah. This is black bear, grizzly bear drives. That's another thing I need to get is some bear spray. Right? Send this bow. Speaking of safety, or lack thereof, and it's the 1973 Pinto. What other major safety things are there that I should be thinking about? Don't want to burn. I don't want to burn. Don't want to be eaten by a bear. I think that's let's see. This audition recording. How's the computer doing? So right now, I think the computer, I think I'm going to be around 70 to 80% usage of the computer during shows. During songs are when it's the most demanding, which is a lot of power. It's a lot of electricity. Rose is waterproofing stuff. Well, I definitely have done a lot of work in terms of the floor and waterproofing. The insulation that I got is designed to not soak up water. It's supposed to, I mean, it will get wet, but it's supposed to not trap moisture. But yeah, one of the advantages of being in the desert is that there's a lot lower risk about mold and mildew. Hey, FNTM Sage, how are you? Oh, Phantom Sage, I remember. Yeah. How's it going? I think you changed your spelling at the username, right? Is that right? How's it going? It's good to see you. Okay. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. you. Thanks for those scalps. I wonder what the best way to keep the laptop cool in the van will be. The easiest, I mean, I think it's gonna be fans, but I don't know exactly how to set up the fans in the most optimal way. No, I don't. I just did the keyboards on this track. Frozen. Are you frozen? No. So that didn't work. Okay. Let's see. Big child dancing with bears. So I'll have rat rave in my walls. So the artificial errors. Juggy pocket mouse. Loses, it'll stay nice and cool if the lid is shut. Well, would it? Would it? Do you think it would actually? Do you think it'd be better to have two external monitors and keep the laptop closed? I mean, I know you're doing Kappa, but I mean, seriously though, with like, how much heat does the display? Probably not a lot. Like, not. It's not generating that much heat, right? It's mainly going to be the CPU. Roses, there's cooling fans the laptop can rest on. I actually I bought one of those a couple years ago when I first got here to try to use with the computers, but I figured it out. Blue says, no, I meant it because it'd be off. No, I got the joke, but then I was thinking seriously, because right now, like, the laptop is closed, and I'm just running external monitors. So that's what I'm wondering, is if maybe keeping it closed could be better. Blue says, big external monitors potentially use as much as your entire laptop. I'm not gonna have big one. I'm gonna get just very small 15-inch. Well, I was only gonna get one. Trying to do this show with only two monitors, it sounds awful, but I'm gonna try, I think, to do it with. But yeah, I was thinking of having the laptop on a stand. So I'm still using an external keyboard, but the laptop mounted and a second monitor, small monitor. I'm not planning on bringing the big monitors. Just don't turn van into a driving monitor. That made me think, why can't I turn the windows into monitors? That'd be awesome. Redbugs are right, so I would keep the laptop lid closed to eat us to space somehow. These sisters water cooling work for laptops. Whew. So this week is going to be really going to determine whether or not I meet my sort of beginning of September deadline. Hey, Lumeter, welcome. I do improv, where I make up the music live on the spot. I don't know if there's background music, I can't hear it right now, but if there is, that was something I just made. We're sort of winding down though, but we might hang out for a few minutes. But it's a really interactive show if you're interested, where chat helps me make the music. Chat picks all the sounds, and I turn people's names into drum beats. Chat picks the BPM, the speed of the music, and chat picks the opening key, and chat names the songs. That's what's on screen right now. Is chat is naming the song we just finished. Oh, it's the wrong song? Yeah. It's not playing, it should be playing what we just finished. With this new setup, I can't hear what y'all can hear, and it's not worth, since we're only going to have this set up for another, well, this is sort of a temporary, somewhat temporary, for another 2-3 weeks. I'm not going to worry about fixing it. Let me shout out a few more. Yeah. There's a Vuvuzela. I try not to play that very often. Some other titles: Soa with Conceptual Buffet, Staffy Drawing from the Discard Pile, AmpMods Rub-a-Dub Digital, Media Makes Me Lose Control, Wayne of the Warrior, Soda Scritchy Scratchy, Red Bugs and Rice, Wooden Knuckles, Zopaf, A Grizzly Bear Is My Chauffeur, A Big Child, etc. hit, Rose and Welcoming You in All of Life's Situations. So this poll. Yes, I've made noise on everything you see on up there. I think, right? Maybe one of the little flutes I haven't. The meter says, which is the music you began to love music? And it's Soda's named Artificial Errors. Artificial Errors. I'd say the first music that I really started loving was probably Sly and the Family Stone. I mean, my parents had a Woodstock album, and it had Sly on it. It had Jimi Hendrix. It had Santana. So that was probably one of the first albums that I really started loving music. I mean, I was already playing music, but then what made me, I think, really become a musician is an album by Cecil Taylor. He's an avant-garde jazz piano player. It's not very friendly music, but it made a huge impact on me. Huge impact on me. Because up until that point, music was something I just was fun. It was an activity like other activities, and I did lots of I played sports, and I did other interests. And listening to Cecil Taylor beat the piano with his fists, I think it just sort of it was the first time I really realized the way in which music is an expressive medium, a way to express what you're feeling and emotions, right? It wasn't just an activity, it was a cathartic experience. And later I realized that all kinds of music can be like that. They don't have to be as brutally dynamic as Cecil Taylor using his fists, but I sort of needed to be hit over the head to sort of realize what was possible in music. Yeah, I don't play other people's music on the stream, unfortunately. Lumi, yeah. But yeah, that Woodstock album has Sly and the Family Stone doing a doing I Want to Take You Higher, and they've got whatever. How many people are at Woodstock? 500,000 people, whatever, and everyone's singing Higher. It's just awesome, awesome, awesome. The Santana stuff is amazing. Hendrix playing, yeah. He says, everyone in their teens has a dislike one point for genre music. Did you have one which you learned to love later? Um, I was not really interested that much in punk rock, metal, hard rock. With the exception, I liked Rage Against the Machine, but that was about it in terms of sort of heavier stuff. So it was, and I didn't even listen to that much classic rock. I mean, as a teenager, I was just listening. I was pretty much listening to funk, soul, and jazz fusion. That's pretty much all I was listening to. So I wasn't interested in indie rock, and I really got into indie later, and I just punk. I love punk now. I love post punk and all that kind of stuff now. But yeah, as a teenager, I just wanted happy. I mean, I was dealing with a lot, as a lot of teenagers do, and I had some tough things happen in my life, and I was looking at music. I think people experience music in different ways. Some people use music to reflect how they're feeling. Some people use music to change how they're feeling. Some people do both. But at that point in my life, I was really looking at music to change how I was feeling and just not have to deal with it. And so I wanted, I loved Earth, Wind & Fire is my favorite band of all time. Not my favorite music necessarily, but my favorite band. Because it's just joyful music. And as a teenager, I needed that. I needed this extroverted, just happy, But then I was also listening to Cecil Taylor and avant-garde free jazz, Sonny Sherrock and late Coltrane, and which is, I mean, some of it to me sounds joyful, but a lot of it is not. He says, I dislike punk a lot. Miss Beauty really opened my world to it. I did same to her with hip hop. Are there any sort of hip hop punk crossovers that are cool? I didn't like the blues much. I was listening to lots of music that was influenced by the blues, but I didn't. But now I like the blues. I just found it boring as a teenager. It just wasn't enough happening. It just seemed too repetitive, and I wasn't wrong. For me then, it wasn't what I was interested in. But now I like it. Blues is Rage Against the Machine punk. I'm not good with genres, but to me, to me, Rage Against the Machine is basically a funk band with a distorted guitar. And yeah, I guess it's punk because the singer is sort of doing cross between rapping and sort of punk rock a bit, but he's not ever he's basically rapping all the time, right? Does he ever actually sing? I don't know if he ever sings. But you listen to the rhythms of Rage Against the Machine, and it's just funk rhythms. That's it. They're a funk band in terms of musically. But they put on that massive distortion, and they have both the guitar player and the bass player are often doing the exact same thing, which gives it that extreme power. Whereas funk is going to have those same kinds of rhythms often, but not not having the drums and guitar are often doing some. I mean, the bass and guitar tend to be doing different things, so that it's even more complex. Rage sort of simplified it, and that's which is more rock and punk, where you have the guitar and the bass are more likely to be synced up for power. I know everything I'm saying, there's a million exceptions to it, but Muse says, I think BC Boys is punk in its purest hip hop form. Oh, Snazzy Jazzies became jazzy. Our show is live from the Bird of Justice. We did Stretchy Universe, Circle of Rust, Electric Chicken, and Artificial Errors. Rosen reminds me of my shame. I have two left. I mean I've finished Doug's like 3 months ago, at least 2 or 3 months ago. The audio's done and mixed and mastered. Well, I mean, we'll say mixed. It's sort of mastered. I just need to film a video for it. And Mr. Roberts, I was done, but I didn't like how I was doing the vocals, so I need to reevaluate it. Let's see. Well, I think is there music in the background? It's just going to play a random song. I don't know if the background music is all stuff I've done. Is there something playing? Is there no background music? Has background music been working this show? Or not? Not at all. Oh, I can see it's happening. There's music playing now, isn't there? Yeah, the reason I can't hear the music is the music is happening on the streaming computer, and when the mixing board was working, I had an audio going to the mixing board, but I haven't sent the audio to the. Yeah. So I have no idea what's happening with the background music. Oh, I talk a lot, Lumi. If you want to hear the music, just the music, we've done thousands of songs, thousands. I'm not exaggerating. We've done over 6,000 songs, 5,000 songs, and they're all on that link above, on the YouTube, on this link right here. All sorts of stuff. Whoops, I didn't copy that right today. Some of it you might like, probably a lot of it you won't like. There's just all sorts of stuff. I do orchestral every once in a while, we do dancey stuff, we do rockin' stuff, we do jazzy stuff. Do our thank yous. Our superstar mod was Toby. Toby. We had a raid from Uncle Fringe. Thank you so much. We had a donation from Soda. Thank you, Soda. 20-month sub from Where's Beth? 50 for Pythagoras. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. These 18 names you see on the screen, either named or current tour name or venue. Name one of our songs. Made a request on one of the songs. We featured AmpMods, Beth Anywhere, Blue Tumbleweed in a Mudslide, Broom 17, Casino MP3, Chilsey, Hug Queen LD, I'm Only Big Child, Jazzy Me Makes Me Lose Control, Pythagoras, Q Square, Red Bugs and Rice, Solo of Moz, Staffy, Tapper Queen Rose, and Uncle Fringe, wow, 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 soda. So our subcredits. Uses will September 5th and fan launch coincide. It should be pretty close. I don't know that we have a show on the 5th, do we? Yeah, the show, that's a Monday. I mean, my tentative plan, I mean, you know, it's only 2 weeks away, right? 2 weeks? Or is it 3 weeks? Do I have 3 weeks or 2 weeks? About 3 weeks. To the 3rd. Technically the first show in September will be the 3rd. So that's sort of what I'm thinking of my goal to, but, yeah, I think, I mean, basically, once I make the switch, it's not going to be going back and forth. It's just going to be too much of a hassle to go. Well, I guess I'll have a much simpler setup, but basically, once I take the computer out of this room, I won't be able to do shows like this anymore. With the light show and everything, it's going to be so. Probably August 30th will be the last time we have a normal show in here. And the last time for maybe forever, maybe for just a month or two, I don't know, the light show. It may be the last light show ever. I don't know. We'll see. What else will be the last of? Or temporary last of? It'll probably be the last time I use the Tine piano for at least a while. Last time I barely ever used the baritone, so no one's gonna miss that one. Oh, and I'm not gonna have any instruments for at least a month, except for the keyboard. I think, or maybe I'll bring one instrument. Maybe I'll bring the flute or something small, but I'm not going to have any way to store them, and I know I'm not going to want to deal with cases, so yeah, I'll probably just have the flute. I could do the flute and the melodica maybe. No, it's too much. No, yeah, probably just keyboard, and I'll have a vocal mic. Yeah. But it's possible too we might have a couple shows that are just talk streams because I'm not ready to do everything. But I'm ready with the internet and stuff. Yeah. Is Offapsis as a campfire count as a light show? At some point we'll have to do a campfire stream, yeah. Where I'm in New Mexico, it's pretty unsafe to do fires of any kind. But yeah, I'm not even gonna have any lights to start. I'm just gonna bring some video lights that I use that are battery powered. Because I don't know yet how I want to deal with lighting in the van, so I'm just gonna. I feel like I'll have a much better idea once I've been using it a little bit. He says, definitely don't plan a music show. First, yeah, remember Project X, yeah. Yeah, we'll do a talk, we'll definitely do talk stream, yeah. We'll do talk stream at first. so I'm not really frustrated. Like, then the worst thing that can happen on a talk stream is the stream goes out. Like Giles says, how about a virtual campfire LED powered? Yeah. You know, those look really good, Big Child. I was actually thinking about getting one of those for filmmaking. I'm not sure if we're necessarily talking about the same thing, but that's a great idea for the stream too. So maybe we're talking about different things, but they make special lights for filmmaking that you can simulate different kinds of lighting effects. You can have it simulate candlelight. You can have it simulate a fire. You can have it simulate, police lights. So you don't actually you don't show the camera right on the device, right? You just let the light sort of go around the scene. But yeah, that could be really, really vibey. Good vibey to have the flickering lights. Oh man, I'm gonna write that down. The good ones are really expensive, but where do I don't even know where to write this down. I've got, well, I know what I'll do. I'm just gonna write it on my normal, not my ETC Kid or Tommy checklist. I'm gonna do it on my normal checklist, but I'm gonna do it about a month away from now. I'll do it in the future. Wait, why do I keep going to the wrong place? Oh, there we go. Okay, September. Big Child's idea of the LED fire effect. Because I would love to see flashing lights of police. Yeah. Yeah. There are other lights that they seem with the one I looked at a while ago. What were the other ones? I mean, it's a little bit deceptive, because I'll actually be filming outside. So especially, I think it'd be really nice to. I mean, well, the tentative plan, and this may not work. The tentative idea, right, is that I start shows whenever possible outside until it gets dark, and then I move the show inside to the van. And then maybe when the show ends, if we're just hanging out, then I'll go back outside, I don't know that I want to be in the pitch black trying to have all my gear and everything. I don't know if I want to deal with that. But we could definitely have a camera. But yeah, because everyone just coming into stream is going to assume that there's actually a fire, right? and then when they find out there isn't, they're like, what else is he lying about? Is he actually outside at all? Is he just in front of a giant green screen? Is that even a van? What is it? Staff is going to do practice drill switching inside outside jacket timing. Yeah, I think I mentioned that a while back. If we could have a prediction of how long it takes for me to get it to make the transition, to make it more exciting, because it's going to be, I mean, theoretically it should be pretty fast. Like, I'm hoping I can do it in maximum 4 minutes, maybe faster. I mean, it depends. The things that are going to slow me down are the cameras, probably. Blues is even a kid. You know what's funny is that we had one recently in chat, right? Someone says you're not a kid, but that happened a lot more when I was younger, right? In the early years of the show, that happened a lot. Hey, you're not a kid. I think because it was like right on the line, and people are like, oh, does he think he's a kid? Is he serious? Or something. And now it's like nobody's thinking that I think I'm a kid based on this haggard old face. Zobhouse is wisest man on Twitch hunched over in front of a green screen. Yeah, so the idea is y'all are gonna be so psyched when you no longer have to look at this and you just see the real deal. I wonder how many people leave the instant I put this on screen, who are regular viewers but just see this and they're like, I'm out of here. I'm done. So the idea is, so this is the keyboard, right? And the idea is that I'm gonna lift the keyboard up and put it onto this upper platform, and I'm gonna spin it around, rotate it, and then this whole platform will slide in, and the keyboard is ready to go right there. This is the computer setup, and theoretically it's all going to be latched together. It's all going to be and so all I have to do is lift up this whole unit and slide it over the top section up here. Now in September I'm not going to have built the top section yet, so it's going to be a little trickier. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it actually before then, but there's only a few cables that are running off of this. What are they? Let's see. Okay, so the cables that are leaving this rack is an AC, so a power cable that there's gonna be that's gonna power everything. There's a cable to the Starlink dish, so that's 2 cables. Then there's gonna be 2 XLR cables that don't need to be unplugged. None of these cables need to be unplugged yet, right? I'm going to be able to move them with the cable still attached. So two mic cables, probably 1/4 inch cable for a guitar, say, and my headphones. My headphones I could just put right on the device. And then the cables that have to be unplugged are the USB going to the keyboard, so I'm gonna have to unplug that USB cable. It's gonna be a single USB cable that's gonna have a hub, and plugged into the hub is also this keyboard, the mixer. So that's just a single USB to a hub, and then there's HDMI cables for the cameras, which my tentative plan is to do 3 eventually, but I'm probably going to only start with 1. Well, I have reasons to film with 3 right from the beginning, actually. So I'm going to try to start with 3. So that's the changeover. So as you get a green screen, you could get creative and set scenes in crystal caves and other claustrophobic places. What I was thinking would be really cool is the cover for the windshield I'm going to have as a green screen. So it'll look, so especially when it's night and there's nothing to look through the window on the van, and I don't want to be exposed to the world, we'll have that there with a green screen sometimes, and yeah, we can do crazy scenes. We could be underwater, we can have whatever. I think that I like that much more than just having a full-on green screen. I think green screens look so much better when they're integrated into an actual real scene, right? So for example, another example that would be if you're in a house and there's a window and the green screen is on the window. It looks so much better to me than when someone's just standing in front of a full green screen. Roses, would the computer be able to hold 3 HDMIs? Well, so I have a device called an ATEM switcher, and so there's 2 rack-mounted devices can be right here. I mean, it just looks like one thing, but one is my audio interface, one is my ATM, and so I can technically plug in 6 cameras into that ATEM switcher, and then it sends 1 cable out. And I actually need to buy. I don't have a way to send cameras into the computer right now. I have to buy for the Mac. I have it for the PC, but I need to get a special cam link or something. Now, I don't know the software I wrote to switch cameras. I wrote it for PC and it uses PC plugins. So I don't think I'm going to be able to do camera switching right away, because I'm going to have to. It may not even be. I may not be able to do it. I mean, I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out eventually, but it's not. It might be a month or two before we have cam switching. But I'm going to be filming still with 3 cameras because I want to do. I mean, I have to. I'm going to go bankrupt. Figure out something to get more people here. So my plan is that almost immediately with the van, I'm going to be doing tons of etc. kid social media stuff. And I want to have 3 cameras because one camera is so boring with music. I mean, it's an uphill battle trying to get people to care at all about instrumental music they've never heard before. So using multiple cameras, at least makes it a little more exciting. B says, get a green screen, but what you show is the interior of a van, and then people would be like, why do you have an interior of a van as a background? And then you'd be like, bam, I'm in a van full. So it's like a pull-up. It's like it'd be the kind of thing where it's a green screen, but it's on one of those what's it called? What do you call it? A pull-up projector screen, pull down. So I just give it a little yank, and the green screen rolls up and reveals the same thing behind it. It's like the guy who wears sunglasses and he takes his sunglasses off and he's got another pair of sunglasses on. It'd be that kind of thing. Redbug's right, says you won't be plugging and unplugging cables every time you want to switch, are you? That would be a lot of wear and tear. Some cables will have to be unplugged, but it's not too many. And one of them, the USB, I would do it into another hub so that worst case I have to replace the hub. The HDMI is a potential issue that I'll probably wear it out, but I mean it is the ATM is it's pro gear, it's good gear, so hopefully it'll last, but yeah, that it will wear your, but there's no way around it. I mean, there's no way not to have to unplug stuff. But again, it's only a few that have to be unplugged regularly. Most of the cables, I mean, there's a lot of cables in this part, right? Well, you can't, I know this doesn't look like much, but this box doesn't have to be there. That's the laptop, and there's a lot of cables that can be permanently plugged in there, I think. I don't know, we'll see. But overall, this will be pretty brutal on my gear. Just, I mean, doing shows outside and in a bumpy van, and I think the life expectancy of my gear is going to be short and hopefully sweet. You need to balance as a wireless keyboard. How you doing? Well, a while back I researched wireless USB, and if I recall, there wasn't a great solution. Maybe there is now, but I have a lot of USB things at my workstation area that are going to have to go to the computer. So I'm going to combine them into a single cable. But it's, I've got this keyboard, these two, rack mixers, the MIDI keyboard, my typing keyboard. So it's a lot. It would need a lot of different wireless. So I think it's easier just to have a single USB that they're all on. Zafis, I agree. I dislike green screens mostly because they seem like a tech nightmare. They're a hassle. They're a huge hassle. I'm doing a bunch of someday when I finally release episode 8 of Tommy Nomadic, or 9, whatever it is. I'm doing a lot of green screen stuff, without using green screens. And I definitely prefer that, because trying to light a green screen, and especially if it's if you have a single setup you can use it over and over again, that's not so bad. But when you're having to do different locations and different setups, it's just such a headache. And then trying to key it in a way that looks good is really time consuming. But I prefer for, I don't know that I'll ever do a green screen for the music, during the music, because I just think I don't like how it looks, because it's hard to have interesting lighting on the subject in front of the green screen. You generally are going to have just well lit, which I don't think looks good in a music performance context, even if what's on the green screen looks cool. I much prefer the more analog, organic quality of actual light being projected, because then it's also on me. It just feels more real, But it is useful for Tommy Pneumatic to have green screen stuff, and I think it could be fun to have it during the talk sometimes in the windshield. I think that'll be fun. Rose says, will you have to scrap some of the episode considering new things happening, all the van stuff? No, because it was true for when it was filmed. It'll just be not very timely, It'll be not relevant to, it's like, when people record documentaries, it doesn't get released right away, and by the time it gets released, a lot of other things have happened. It'll be the same thing. So in the next episode, I go over the design, and it's different now than it was then. A little bit, not significantly, but it's different. I'm not going to change it, because it was what it was when I filmed it. So yeah, it'll be the same. I'm not going to change. I'm definitely not going to redo anything. I think that's one of my least favorite things in the world, is having to redo something. We dedicate a small part of the van to add stuff like a travel wall so we could hang souvenirs we found. Maybe. I was gonna do. I have not forgotten. Probably some folks have thought I forgot, but we did the big show last November, and people unlocked different things, and one of the things was care package. Where I send a care package, and it includes things I collect on the road, and so I think I would want to. I might continue that as an unlock or something, so that things that we collect on the road are shared visually publicly, right? But then eventually make their way to somebody in our community, so that people can have mementos from. But I'm gonna. It is. I think I'm going to be okay in terms of space, but I don't have a lot of space either, right? And so I'm going to probably keep this. I'm a mess right now. Like this room is a mess, and I have things piled up, and this will not work in the van. Living like this, it's too small. Everything has to have its own place. So, but definitely Muty will. We'll try to collect fun things, and then I'll share, we'll figure out ways to get them out to people in the community. Stab says a monthly emote that changes based on things you see. That could be neat. Yeah, that could be fun. Yeah. Mitch says, how about a wall with souvenirs with potential thieves in mind as the recipients? Yeah. He says you had a whole ceiling, you don't want to use it as a care package display wall. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't have any vertical space. That's the problem. I mean, the yeah, the ceiling has to be extremely thin. So if we have mementos that are very thin, maybe. Big Charles has some handcuffs. Yeah, so the plan for this week. Tomorrow, the goal tomorrow is to build. I don't know how ambitious this is. I haven't done. Well, yeah, this might be ambitious. The plan tomorrow is to somehow figure out a way to mount a wall panel on the sliding door. I think I know how to. I have my idea. I don't know if it's going to work. I want to do that because once I do that, then I can put all the wall panels up. Well, once I get the wallpaper I'm going to use, and then I'm going to make the electrical box, which is this thing. This is the electrical box right here. Here I was just laying out the pieces so I know where I'm, just roughly how I can maximize my very expensive wood that I just bought. And there's not going to be that much, a lot of this, well, about half of this stuff will be here. So I'm sort of future-proofing. I'm sort of building this so that I can ultimately add all the things I might want to add. But basically on this side will be where the batteries are. What you see in the picture, this would be the size of 6 batteries. I'm only going to get 3 to start, but it's going to be built so that I could fit 6 ultimately. This is so I'll explain sort of how it all works. So the batteries sort of they go into well, this is a master switch. If I turn off this switch, it turns off the whole electrical system. But then they go into this thing. This is a bus bar. It's a Lynx distributor. Is the version I got of the brand name version of a bus bar. So the batteries plug into this, and then it gets distributed to different places. It gets distributed right here to the AC, to the inverter charger. And what the inverter charger does has 2 purposes. I can plug it into the wall at my house, or at a house or at a campground, and then I can charge the batteries through this, or I can use it to power, to convert the batteries are DC power, so it has to get converted to AC power, which is what you use for wall outlets, right? So it'll convert to AC. When it converts to AC, it'll be sent to this. This is the distribution box, the breaker box for the AC. There'll also be a cable from this distributor to the DC fuse box. So all my DC things like my fridge, the lights I put in, USB chargers will all be plugged into this DC box. And then right here, which I may never get, this would be where I would put a DC to DC charger, which would allow me to use the alternator in the van when I'm driving to charge the house battery. This right here is a I forget what this is called. Solar isolator disconnect. It's part of the solar system, and then these are solar charge controllers, and I would have 2 if I had solar on my roof, but I also have a separate set of solar that I bring out of the vehicle and put on the ground. Solar is very susceptible to, if one is, if you have multiple panels and one of them is in shade, it can hurt the performance. So if I have two different arrays and one's on the ground, it's going to be in a different situation. So you sort of want it, most likely, so it's better to have separate. So that's the electrical system. But I'm not going to have any of this solar stuff, and I'm not going to have this DC to DC charger. So it's just going to be the inverter, this switch, the bus bar, the fuse box for DC, and the AC circuit breakers. Roses, I need to ask if this could be possible. Could I ask if one goal could be switched for another? Like, let's say there's 100 on a show. Could 50 of that get switched to another goal? Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, if you've been working towards a goal and you decide, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, that's fine. Means, could I get a bear and a care package if we encounter one? Oh, he says you could send us candy from a van. We could call them Mentos. Roses, what if you collected tiny things of mementos? I'm just. I mean, the truth is, I'm not a collector. That's just not my personality. I'm want to be really engaged in the present and in the future, but I have one box of sort of mementos from my life, and I think almost every single thing in it is from before I was 20, or 22. So yeah, I'm not a collector. Staff is still 5 to 6 years ago. Yeah, exactly. Southhouse says maybe collect some prickly parody with your oats. I'm gonna probably be eating oats 3 meals a day to start. Yeah, probably. I don't know that I'm gonna get a fridge right like by the beginning of September. The fridge is a lot of money, and I want to make the right decision before I spend $400 or $500. But yeah, it's not good for me to have sweets available because I'll just eat it. I do okay. I do fine without sweets for a long period. It's not a big deal, but it's just if there's a box of cookies, I'll just eat the whole box. But then I won't think about cookies for a while, So it's a weird. Well, I mean, it makes sense. I'm sort of intense, and I get very focused on one thing. And if that thing is cookies, I'm gonna just eat cookies. But then if there are no cookies, then I focus on something else, and it could be broccoli, and I'll just eat broccoli. Southaf says yucca is good too. Yucca is related to sweet potatoes, right? I love sweet potatoes. I'll eat a lot of sweet potatoes on the road. They're really healthy, really filling. Yeah. See, yeah, I showed this before, but so my tentative idea for my chair is that it'll have sides, it'll have panels, and then the toilet is right here. So I can just sort of Oh, I think I had a different version of this, didn't I? I was working on it and it crashed and I lost it, so. Which one was it? I don't know if this is going to work yet, but the idea is that I have a chair and the cushion, I'd probably get a different cushion. There'd be a back here and basically there'd be hinges, right? And I open it up and it reveals my bucket. But I don't know if, I mean, that just seems like crazy engineering, just to put hinges on. I think it might make more sense to literally just lift the chair off of the bucket. you know, I think that makes the most sense than trying to hinge it. Because that means I need more materials. It's going to be a heavier chair to have that hinge. Roses, the bucket is still the weirdest thing. Why is that? Why do you think it's weird? It's interesting. I think as I prepare for the van, it's made me realize how wasteful I can be sometimes, or and on the other side of that, how I will not be able to do, take things for granted. Like um, the other day, I came in because I was really hot. I was working outside in the van. I come inside and my hands were dirty, so I didn't want to deal with glasses or anything. I just sort of knocked the sink faucet on and then just put my mouth underneath it. And as I was drinking, I was realizing how much water was not making it into my mouth, you know, and how wasting this water. Or sometimes it's just the time it takes to wash your hands, and most of the time you're wasting a ton of water as you're washing your hands, and you just cannot be wasteful like that in a vehicle. Everything has to be more efficient. I can't be wasteful with power, right? I can't just leave a computer on and whatever. I'm gonna have, if I'm not using it, it's gonna be turned off for everything, right? I just got to keep it off. And I think that's it's good. It's my carbon, even if I were to drive a lot, which I don't think I will, my carbon footprint will be so much smaller than it is now. Um, so much smaller. Like my environmental impact will be much smaller. I think. Maybe not. Mises' bucket is going to be the moneymaker. Kid going to regret he never got a bucket on day one. Yeah, we do need googly eyes for the bucket. Roses, I know it's needed, but it's the one thing it needs a sanitary dirty by nature. I mean, the thing is, most people's toilets are not very sanitary, right? I mean, they're not. They don't, they're not getting cleaned every single day. Most, I mean, I'm sure some of y'all in chat clean your toilet every single day, but I think the vast majority of humanity does not clean their toilet every single day. Probably doesn't clean their toilet every week. Might not even clean their toilet more than once, I don't know, every 6 months. Some people never clean their toilet, right? So with a setup like I have, it's going to always be clean because otherwise it'll smell, you know. So it's going to be way more sanitary, I think, than a house toilet. Way more sanitary. I could be wrong. We'll see, but yeah, I think it's gonna be really clean. Rose's googly eyes in a bucket. Bucket brains. What happened to the eyes on the... How long have the eyes been gone? I don't even know where they went. Oh, did I take them for... Oh, I took them for the other tubie. Not... I'm missing a pair of eyes. Where's the hippie? I don't know where the hippie tubie went. Oh, wait, is it in here? I don't know where hippie tubie is. Oh, you can't see that. That's sort of a fun look, you know. Or no, maybe the handle should be the nose or the mouth. I don't know. Why am I having such a hard time? There we go. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I want that to be the mouth or the nose. I can't decide. Or could it be... Could be glass? I don't know. Could it be... Maybe it's attached to these. Well, that's another look too. That's sort of... I think I like that one too. So this is clearly buck teeth. It could also... Does it fit? Well, now we need to have a character that has a bucket head. We need a bucket head character on Tommy Pneumatic. And we'll put a little thing on screen saying, you know, no actors were harmed. Bucket was cleaned thoroughly before usage as a helmet. Rosa says, no, that's gross. Again, so let me just say this again. There will be nothing is going to be inside the actual bucket. There's going to be something, a liner. There'll be a liner. And the liner will be disposed of. So the bucket will be extremely clean on the inside. Extremely clean. Rose, I'm telling you, Rosen, my bucket is going to be cleaner than almost anyone's toilet. So is the So Far bucket is most over-designed feature of the van. Big Child says, we'll see how you smell it if it actually was in use. yeah, I'll really know if it's clean or not when I put it on my head. Oh yeah, this needs a little more bleach. A little more bleach. What, Rosen, do you think I just use a different bucket every time? I could throw out the bucket after each use. Single-use bucket. Single. I mean, that'd be terrible for the environment, but would that solve the problem? Single-use buckets. I mean, it would. If that bucket was $3, I'd have to. I mean, I'm not going to do this because this would be terrible for the environment. But $900 a year. What you could do with $900, man. You could buy 300 buckets. That's one of the things you could do with $900. Well, probably fewer because there's tax. He says, "Can we make Tubi emerge from a bucket, emptied or not?" Tubi says we should have two different buckets. One for the I can't justify carrying around a bucket just for everything has to be dual purpose in the van. I don't have enough space. So this is identical buckets, yeah. Oh, and I'll always be confused which is which. So I might as well only have one. He says you can slide bucket into bucket. Yeah, I know that's a boss. That is an option. It might be too tall to fit under my chair though. He says good to have one as a spare. We'll see if I can fit two under the chair. Maybe. Yeah, I'll probably get so much grief from Chad if I'm actually using it for both as a hat and as a. There's lots of van life people who say they never use their toilet in their van because they don't like to, and they just end up going to you know gas stations or whatever. And I can tell you, I'm going to use the toilet in my van because I'm not making a special trip to go to the bathroom. That to me is just there's no way I cannot see ever doing that. A special trip just to go to the bathroom when time is such a precious commodity. Every moment we have less time than we had the moment before. No, I'll be using that bucket. Even if it smells, I don't care. I value my time so much more. That's what. Did you all know the clothespins were not invented to hang clothes? That was what they were. They were secondary use. Their primary use was back in the day before nice plumbing. Someone they invented those. And then someone said, hey, we can also use that to hang up clothes. So yeah, worst case, I'll have a clothespin on my nose all the time. Or I wonder if I could get a nose ring that sort of pushes in permanently. So it's maybe a bucket instrument unlock. Yeah, people will spend like I think there's these compost toilets people use that are $500, $1,000. Take up a lot of space. Beauty says swimmers have that nose thing that stops air and water entering. Yeah. Big Child says you will get used to the smell. I'm not too worried. My sense of smell is my least developed sense. I don't. Yeah. So it says, can we do a pop poopery scented thing that fires the command? I wonder if any streamers have done that, where chat could trigger different smells, you know? I don't think I'm going to be the one who does that, but I could see that working really well, you know, especially if there's really, you know, if you could trigger like a skunk smell, or I think that would be a popular thing. I bet, you know, so you might be able to make some money creating that, you know? I don't know how you generate the smells though. Is that something that can be artificially done? Or do I have to hire people to sort of create them on the spot? Yeah, Rose, and I'm just joking. I'm not actually going to do any of this. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to put a clothespin on my nose. I'm not going to do a nose ring. I'm just joking. He just says, dude, you don't have to add any sense. You could just act it. Who would know, right? But I'm honest, man. I can't. I would not be able to live with myself. So this is Albert the Edison of smell-o-vision. Roses. Disney has done things where there's a couple of rides that had scents added to them. So yeah, so ideally, if I can, let's say worst case 2 days. What would be amazing? This is a long shot. No, there's no way I could do this. Okay, 3 days. So if I can pull this off, this will be amazing. Between now, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh no, that's only two. Okay, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If I can finish the electrical box and finish the core components, not any of the branch circuits, you know, just the meaning not I'm not going to wire the lights or anything like that. Just the electrical box part. If I can do that by the end of Friday, all the aluminum should be here by Thursday night, and then the aluminum, I don't think should. Well, I have to cut some of it, but it shouldn't take too long. So if that's 3 or 4 days, that still gives me about a week for lots of things to go wrong. Okay, I think if anyone has any last comments or questions, or I think we're going to do a raid. Scrolling through shots and I see this thumbnail. I'm like, man, that guy has terrible posture. Oh, it's me. What's the plan for tomorrow, Rosen? Well, I'm gonna start. I think the first thing I'm gonna do is we'll have to wait till what's a reasonable time to start sawing? I generally try not to make any noise before 9 o'clock. So I guess at 9 o'clock, 9 in the morning, I'll start. I want to finish I want to figure if my mounting of the door thing will work. And then after that, I'll work on the electrical box. And then if I finish the electrical box before it's gonna have to glue. I'm gonna have to glue it, and it's gonna have to sit for a while. Okay, let's rate a DJ. Oh, yeah, with the gluing, well, there has been a lot of rain, but yeah, the electrical box is smaller, so I think I can leave it in the garage. I think things are really tight in there with all my junk right now for the build. Okay, let's rate this DJ. Thanks, everyone. Oh, thanks, Muty. Thank you. Here we go. Time to raid. Okay, see y'all. Take care.